Welcome to Dreamshade Stories, where we listen, we relax, and we get sleepy. Thank you so much for choosing to spend this time with me tonight. Close your eyes, let your shoulders drop, and now, let's begin our story. The Man Who Chose the Empty Village. Chapter 1. The First Door That Opened. The man arrived on a Tuesday, though he would soon stop counting days in such terms. The village waited at the end of a road that narrowed with each passing mile, as if the world itself were losing interest in where it led. Trees pressed close on either side, their branches forming a tunnel of green shadow that seemed to whisper of forgetting. His car made the only sound for miles. The engine's rumble felt intrusive, almost rude, in the encompassing silence. When he finally stopped at the village edge, turning off the ignition, the quiet rushed in like water filling a space that had been held empty for too long. He sat for several minutes, hands still on the steering wheel, listening to the cooling engine tick and the absolute absence of anything else. The first house stood just beyond the car, its door hanging slightly open. Paint peeled from the wooden siding in long, papery strips, curling back to reveal the gray wood beneath. The windows were intact, surprisingly, their glass catching the afternoon light and holding it, making the house look as though it were watching him with bright, expectant eyes. He had researched this place for months, reading scattered reports and abandoned census data, piecing together the story of how a village could simply empty itself of people. Economic decline, they said. The young left first, seeking opportunities elsewhere, and the old followed when services disappeared. One by one, the houses had gone dark until no one remained. He stepped out of the car. His footsteps on the gravel seemed too loud, too definite. The air smelled of pine and something else, something like old paper and dust, and the particular scent of places where time moved differently. He approached the first house slowly, not from fear exactly, but from a sense that he should announce himself somehow, that he should give the village time to notice his presence. This would not be his house, he decided. It felt too much like interrupting someone's absence. He returned to the car and drove deeper into the village, the road following what had once been the main street. Houses lined both sides, some larger than others, some with gardens that had long since transformed into small wildernesses of bramble and wildflower. A church stood at what seemed to be the center, its steeple still straight, still reaching upward with the optimism of its builders. He drove past 17 houses before something made him stop. This one sat slightly apart from the others, positioned at the edge of where the village yielded to forest. It was neither the largest nor the smallest, neither the most nor the least weathered. But something in its posture suggested it had been waiting. Its windows were shuttered, unlike most of the others, as if it had deliberately closed its eyes against the years. The man got out of the car again. He stood looking at the house for a long while, the way one might regard a sleeping animal, uncertain if one should wake it. The front path was overgrown with grass that had grown tall and then bent over under its own weight, creating a pattern like frozen waves. He walked through it, his passage leaving a temporary trail that would spring back up within hours. The front door was locked. He found this oddly reassuring. It suggested that someone had left with intention, had taken the time to secure their home, perhaps believing they would return. He tried 2 keys from the collection he had obtained from the regional land office. Keys gathered from abandonments and foreclosures. Keys that opened doors to places no one wanted anymore. The 3rd key turned. Inside, the house held its breath. Furniture sat beneath sheets that had been white once and were now the color of old parchment. Photographs lined a mantelpiece, faces looking out from moments that had mattered once. A family, he thought, though he did not look closely. Their stories were not his concern. He had come here to escape stories, not to collect them. The house had 3 rooms downstairs, a main living area with a fireplace, a kitchen that smelled of old wood and metal, and a small room that might have been a study. Upstairs, 2 bedrooms and a bathroom with fixtures that had aged into something resembling sculpture. Everything was dusty but intact, preserved by absence rather than care. He brought in his supplies from the car as the afternoon stretched into evening. Sleeping bag, camping stove, dried food, books, notebooks, a battery-powered radio that he did not intend to use. He worked methodically, arranging his things in the main room, pulling sheets from furniture to reveal a sofa, 2 chairs, a table of dark wood that had been well made once and remained sturdy now. The sheets he folded and set aside. They might be useful later, though for what he could not say. When the light began to fail, he discovered that the house still had electricity. A single light switch worked, connected to some system that had outlasted the village itself. The bulb that came on was dim and flickered occasionally, but it pushed back the darkness enough to make the room feel inhabited rather than haunted. He did not try the other switches. 1 light seemed sufficient. 1 light seemed honest about what he was doing here. He made a simple meal on his camping stove, boiling water for tea and heating a can of soup that tasted of metal and salt and nothing else in particular. He ate at the table, looking at the photographs on the mantelpiece without really seeing them. The house settled around him, its old wood creaking as temperatures shifted from day to night. Outside, darkness had completed its work, leaving no moon, no stars visible through the shuttered windows. He washed his bowl in cold water at the kitchen sink. The pipes groaned and rattled before water emerged in a rust-colored stream that gradually ran clear. The tap worked. This surprised him more than the electricity. He had expected to haul water from a well or the stream he had crossed on his way into the village. But here was water, cold and clean enough after running for a moment, emerging from pipes that had been empty for who knew how long. That first night, he laid out his sleeping bag on the sofa that he had not intended to use the bedrooms upstairs, not immediately. That seemed like claiming too much too soon. The sofa was enough. Through gaps in the shutters, he could see nothing, no light from other houses, no movement in the street. The darkness was complete and patient. He lay listening to the house breathe, to the forest whisper beyond the walls, to the enormous silence that filled the spaces between sounds. Sleep came slowly, uncertainly, as if testing whether it was welcome here. The man lay in the dark, eyes open, feeling the strangeness of his choice settling over him like the dust that coated everything else. He had left behind a life that had become too loud, too full of demands and voices and the constant pressure of being seen. He had left behind work that felt meaningless, relationships that felt like performances, a version of himself that he had stopped recognizing. He had left behind a world that never stopped shouting, and he had driven until the shouting faded to whispers, then to silence, then to this. The village had offered itself. He had accepted. This was the first day, the first night. There would be others. Time stretched ahead of him, unmeasured and undemanding. He closed his eyes and listened to the darkness, and eventually, finally, he slept. Chapter 2: The Rhythm of Empty Streets. Morning arrived without announcement. The man woke to a gray light seeping through shutter gaps, creating thin lines of illumination that striped the floor and walls. He lay still for several minutes, oriented himself to the unfamiliar room, remembered where he was and why. The house felt cold, holding the night's chill in its bones. He could see his breath as faint mist in the air. He rose and dressed in layers, practical clothes that had been worn many times and bore the soft comfort of familiarity. In the kitchen, he boiled water for instant coffee, the flame of his camping stove a small defiant warmth in the cold room. He drank standing at the window, looking out at what he could see of the village through weathered glass. The street empty, houses standing like patient monuments to their own abandonment. Morning light making everything appear softer, less definite, as if the village were considering whether to fully materialize or to fade back into the forest. After finishing his coffee, he decided to walk, to see what he had chosen. He put on a jacket and stepped outside, closing the door behind him but not locking it. Who would enter? Who was there to enter? The morning air tasted clean and sharp, carrying scents of pine resin and earth, and the particular smell of autumn advancing, even though it was still technically summer. The season turned differently here, he thought, uninfluenced by calendars. He walked down the overgrown path to the road and turned toward what he thought of as the village center. His footsteps made a particular sound on the cracked pavement, a rhythm that was swallowed almost immediately by the surrounding quiet. He passed houses on both sides, each with its own character of abandonment. Some had windows broken, victims of storms or fallen branches. Others remained sealed and intact, waiting. Gardens had transformed into wild spaces, carefully planted flowers returning to their wilder origins or being replaced by whatever seeds the wind had carried in. Roses climbed over porches, unpruned and magnificent. Ivy claimed walls, creating patterns like green veins across weathered siding. At the church, he paused. Its door stood open, hanging from hinges that had rusted into permanent position. He stepped inside, his entrance marked by the change in acoustic as the vast quiet inside the building swallowed even the small sounds of his movement. Pews remained in neat rows, their wood dark with age. Hymnals sat in holders, their pages spotted with moisture and time. At the front, a simple altar held nothing but dust. Windows of plain glass let in flat light that revealed everything and somehow made it all seem less real, like a photograph of a place rather than the place itself. He did not stay long. The church felt too purposeful, too shaped by expectations of meaning. He preferred the houses, their domestic ordinariness, their lack of pretension. He continued his walk, following the main road through the village and then along smaller lanes that branched off, exploring the perimeter where forest pressed close and houses grew more scattered. He found what had been a school, a single-story building with a playground overgrown but still recognizable. Swings hung motionless, their chains rusted but intact. A slide stood at an angle, one support collapsed, giving it the appearance of something melting slowly back into the earth. Inside the building, through windows, he could see a classroom, desks still in rows, a blackboard on the wall, text written there in chalk that had faded to ghost writing, unreadable now but present. Near the edge of the village, where the last houses yielded to unbroken forest, he discovered a well. It was old, constructed of stone, with a wooden roof to keep rain and debris out. He leaned over the edge and looked down into darkness. He could not see water, but when he dropped a stone into the depths, he heard, after several seconds, a distant splash. The well was deep. The well still held water. This seemed important somehow, though he could not articulate why. He walked for hours that morning, creating a mental map of the place that would be his home. The village was larger than he had imagined from maps and descriptions, stretched along what had once been a road of some importance, before another route had been built elsewhere, stealing away the traffic and the reason for a village to exist here. He counted 43 houses in total, plus the church, the school, and several outbuildings whose original purposes he could only guess at. Storage, perhaps. Workshops. Places where the practical work of living had happened. When he returned to his chosen house, the sun had climbed to its highest point, though clouds filtered its light into something diffuse and gentle. He was hungry, realizing he had eaten nothing since yesterday's modest dinner. He prepared food, another simple meal, eating at the table while planning what he needed to do. Practical matters. Survival matters. The romance of isolation, if there had ever been any, quickly reduced itself to questions of water, food, warmth, and shelter. The afternoon he spent exploring his house more thoroughly. In the kitchen, he found cupboards with dishes, pots, utensils, all left behind because they had been too ordinary to take, too common to matter. He washed several dishes in the rust and then clear water, setting them on the counter to dry. He tested the stove and found that gas still flowed, somehow, through lines that should have been shut off years ago. Another mystery of persistence. He lit the burner, watched the flame bloom blue and steady, then shut it off. Upstairs, he entered the bedrooms. One had clearly belonged to adults, its double bed neatly made beneath a layer of dust, dresser still holding folded clothes that moths had made their territory. The other room was smaller, a child's room, with a narrow bed and shelves holding books and small toys, artifacts of someone's childhood preserved accidentally. He did not disturb anything. These were relics, as archaeological as anything in a museum, deserving of the same respectful distance. In the bathroom, he discovered that hot water was impossible, but cold water still flowed. The toilet, when tested, worked. These small luxuries, barely luxuries at all, felt like unexpected gifts. He had prepared himself for more primitive conditions. Instead, the house offered him a simulation of normal life. All the infrastructure of domestic existence without the humans that had given it purpose. He spent the evening as he had spent the morning, walking. But this time he walked without destination, simply moving through the village streets as light faded, learning the particular way shadows fell here, The way buildings stood against the darkening sky, the way absence felt when it was complete. He saw no animals, heard no birds. The forest pressed close, but remained separate, not yet reclaiming the village, but patient about eventually doing so. Back at his house, he lit a candle, conserving the electricity that might or might not last. He sat in the chair near the window, watching darkness complete its arrival, turning the world outside into pure black void. He ate bread and cheese. He drank water from the tap, cold and mineral tasting. He listened to the house settling, to wind moving through the trees beyond, to the silence that was never quite silent, always containing small sounds that highlighted the absence of large ones. Sleep came easier the second night. He climbed upstairs, a decision made without much thought, and chose the adult bedroom, stripping the dusty coverlet and using his sleeping bag on top of the bare mattress. The bed was soft in the way of old mattresses, sagging in the middle, holding the shape of bodies that had slept there before. He did not find this troubling. Everything here held ghosts of previous use. Everything was haunted by the ordinary. He sank into sleep like sinking into water, and darkness held him gently through the night. Chapter 3: What the Days Became. The third morning felt like the first true morning, the point at which arrival became residence. The man woke with the gray light and understood that this was his life now. This waking in this house, in this village with these empty streets and this enormous quiet. The understanding sat calmly in his chest, neither exciting nor frightening, simply true. He established routines because humans need patterns the way they need food and water. Wake with the light. Dress in clothes worn soft with use. Boil water for coffee. Stand at the kitchen window drinking it, looking out at nothing in particular, letting the day announce its presence. Wash face and hands in cold water that made his skin feel tight and awake. Eat breakfast, usually oats boiled with dried fruit, sometimes bread if he had made bread, which he would learn to do. After breakfast, he walked. Every morning, a walk through the village, following a different route each time, learning the place through repetition with variation. He began to name the houses in his mind, not with proper names, but with descriptive ones. The house with blue shutters. The leaning house, where one corner had settled more than the others, giving it a slumped appearance. The house with the rose garden, where roses had overtaken everything, creating a thorny, flowering wilderness. The house nearest the forest, which sat in perpetual shadow from the tall trees behind it. He learned which houses had doors that opened, which had roofs that had held, which had been invaded by weather and animals and time. He entered several, exploring rooms that other people had lived in, seeing the remnants of their lives, the furniture they had valued, the books they had read, the small decorations that had made a place feel like home. He never took anything, never disturbed the arrangement of objects. These were museums, in his mind, exhibitions of abandonment. In one house, the house with blue shutters, he found a kitchen where jars of preserves still lined shelves, their contents turned to mysterious substances, but the jars themselves intact, creating a still life of domesticity frozen mid-act. In another, the leaning house, he discovered a workshop in the back, tools hung neatly on walls, a half-finished chair sitting on a workbench, waiting for hands that would never return to complete it. Each house offered its own small story, incomplete and silent, asking nothing from him but witness. Afternoons he spent in practical work. The house he had claimed needed attention, small repairs that would make it more livable as seasons changed. He cleared the chimney, testing it first with paper, then with small sticks, making sure the flue drew properly before committing to larger fires. He patched window frames where wood had rotted, using materials salvaged from other houses, performing triage, saving one building with pieces of others. He organized his supplies, rationing what he had brought, knowing he would need to leave eventually to replenish. He found a bicycle in one garage, its tires flat but otherwise intact. He carried it back to his house and worked on it over several days, cleaning rust, oiling the chain, replacing the tires with ones taken from another bicycle he found elsewhere. When it was rideable, it extended his range, allowed him to explore the roads beyond the village, finding the stream he had crossed driving in, finding old paths into the forest, finding the boundaries of his new territory. The days took on texture. Morning walks, afternoon work, evenings when he cooked simple meals and sat reading books by candlelight or the single electric bulb that still functioned. He had brought books, choosing carefully before leaving his old life. Philosophy, poetry, novels he had always meant to read but never had time for. Now he had time. Time stretched around him in all directions, unmeasured and abundant. He read slowly, taking days to finish books he might have consumed in hours before. Words felt different here. They landed more softly, meant more somehow, or maybe meant less, freed from the urgency to be immediately understood and applied. He read passages multiple times, letting them settle, not trying to extract lessons or insights, just letting language move through his mind like water. He began to write, though he had not planned to. Short entries in a notebook, observations about the village, about silence, about what it felt like to live without human sound. The writing was clumsy at first, self-conscious, aware of itself as writing. But gradually it became easier, more like thinking on paper, thoughts externalized not to be read by others, but simply to exist outside his head. The village has its own time, he wrote one evening. Not faster or slower than other places, but separate, running parallel to the world's time, but not synchronized with it. Here, seasons matter more than months. Light matters more than hours. The day organizes itself around practical concerns: warmth, food, water, shelter. Everything else is optional, and I am learning what else means. Nights deepened as the season turned. He noticed the change incrementally, darkness arriving slightly earlier each evening, lingering slightly longer each morning. He built fires in the fireplace, using wood from fallen branches. Then from trees he learned to cut using a saw he found in someone's shed. The physical work felt good, necessary, satisfying in ways his previous work never had. He could see the results immediately. Wood cut, fire built, warmth created. He slept well, the sleep of someone whose body was tired from use rather than from tension. Dreams came less frequently, and when they did, they were simple dreams, uncomplicated by anxiety. He dreamed of walking through the village. He dreamed of the forest. He dreamed, sometimes, of a life he had left behind, but those dreams felt distant, like memories of someone else's life. One morning, perhaps 2 weeks into his residence, perhaps 3, he had stopped marking days specifically. He woke to find the village wrapped in fog. It had settled during the night, thick and white, reducing visibility to a few feet. He stood at his door, looking out into the opacity, feeling as though the world had contracted to just his porch, just the few feet of ground he could see. The fog-muffled sound, even more than usual, made the silence into something tangible, something with weight and texture. He walked that morning as usual, moving through the fog like moving through cloud, houses appearing suddenly as dark shapes, then disappearing again as he passed. The village felt different, smaller and larger simultaneously, compressed but infinite, as if it extended forever in all directions but contained only a few feet at a time. He walked for longer than usual, unable to use visual landmarks to track distance, navigating by memory and intuition. When the fog finally lifted, midday, it revealed the village unchanged, patient, enduring. The man stood in the street and watched the fog pull back like a curtain, revealing first the nearest houses, then those beyond, then the forest edge, then the sky. The world reassembled itself, familiar and strange, the same place it had been before, but feeling somehow different now, as if the fog had reset something, allowed a fresh start to an already begun story. That afternoon he worked in what he had started calling his garden, though garden overstated what it was. He had cleared a patch near the house, pulling weeds, turning soil that was rich and dark. He had no seeds, nothing to plant, but preparing the ground felt important, felt like making a gesture toward future seasons. The work made his back ache pleasantly. His hands grew dirty, nails lined with earth. He felt connected to something old, something basic, something that predated the complications he had fled. Evening came, as it always did, inevitable and gentle. He cooked. He ate. He sat in his chair with a book, reading by candlelight as darkness pressed against the windows. Wind moved through the trees outside, creating sounds that were almost like voices, almost like company. The house creaked and settled. The fire in the fireplace burned down to coals that glowed in the dark. He wrote in his notebook, "I am forgetting what day it is. This feels like progress." Chapter 4. The Season's Slow Turning. The man began to notice trees. Not in the general way he had noticed them before, as collective forest, as backdrop, but individually, as distinct entities with their own characteristics. There was the oak near the church, massive and old, its trunk wider than he could reach around, its branches spreading in patterns that suggested patience and time. There was a line of birches along one road, their white bark peeling in papery strips, their leaves already beginning to yellow. There was a pine that stood alone near the house nearest the forest, tall and straight, its needles creating a carpet of rust-colored softness beneath its branches. He walked among the trees, learning their locations, returning to visit them the way one might visit friends. He noticed when leaves began to change, not all at once, but gradually. Individual leaves turning while their neighbors remained green. Color spread through the village like slow fire, yellow and orange and red appearing in scattered instances that multiplied day by day until the forest blazed with autumn. The temperature dropped. Mornings required heavier jackets. Nights required fires that he kept burning until he went to bed, then rebuilt in the morning from embers that had survived under ash. He collected wood constantly, filling a shed behind his house with split logs, preparing for winter that would come eventually, inevitably, with its own demands. He had been in the village for what he estimated was 6 weeks, maybe 7. Time had become approximate, measured more by the progression of leaves falling than by calendar dates. His hair had grown longer. His beard had filled in. He looked different, he thought, when he caught his reflection in windows, though he had no mirror to confirm this. His supplies from the outside world were dwindling. Food especially. He had stretched it as far as possible, but the practical reality was that he would need to leave, to drive to the nearest town, to replenish. The thought created a small knot of resistance in his chest. He had grown accustomed to the village, to its silence, to the absence of other humans. The idea of returning to places with traffic and voices and the general noise of civilization felt almost threatening. But necessity was necessity. He chose a morning, woke early, loaded a list of needed items into his memory. He opened the car, which had sat unused since his arrival, and turned the key. The engine hesitated, reluctant, then caught. He let it run for several minutes, warming up, preparing. Then he drove out of the village, back along the narrowing road, through the tunnel of trees, toward the world he had left behind. The nearest town was 40 minutes away. He drove slowly, readjusting to speed and movement after weeks of walking pace. The town appeared gradually, first scattered houses, then clustered buildings, then the main street with its shops and people. The people startled him most. Humans moving with purpose, talking, laughing, engaged in the complicated dance of social existence. He had forgotten how much energy it all required. He parked and walked into a grocery store. The lights inside seemed too bright, the sounds too loud. Music played over speakers. A cash register beeped. People talked on phones. He moved through the aisles quickly, gathering what he needed, not making eye contact, feeling exposed and strange. At the register, the clerk asked him how he was doing, and he realized he had not spoken aloud in weeks. His voice came out rough, uncertain. "Fine," he said. "I'm fine." She smiled, processed his items, took his money. He carried the bags to his car and loaded them, feeling exhausted by the brief interaction, by the simple exchange of words and looks. He drove back to the village quickly, feeling the relief grow as the town disappeared behind him, as the road narrowed, as trees closed in. When he arrived back at his house, he sat in the car for several minutes, engine off, just breathing, reorienting himself to quiet. The village received him without comment, unchanged, patient. He carried his supplies inside, stored them, organized them. Then he walked through the village as he always did, visiting the houses, the trees, the church, the well, following his established paths, feeling himself settling back into the rhythm that had become his life. That evening, he wrote, "The world outside feels like a dream I had once. Loud and bright, and full of people doing things that seemed important to them. I watched them and felt nothing, no desire to join, no sense of missing anything. The village is enough. The silence is enough. I am enough, here, in ways I never was there. The days continued their progression. Leaves fell steadily now, creating drifts against buildings, covering paths, transforming the visual texture of the village. The man walked through them, his passage creating whispers of sound, dry leaf against dry leaf. He raked some from near his house, but mostly he left them, letting nature arrange things as it would. He discovered that he had stopped thinking about his former life. Days would pass without any memory of what he had left behind surfacing. When thoughts did come, they felt abstract, as if they concerned someone else, some person he had known once but no longer did. His name felt strange when he thought of it. Names seemed irrelevant here. He was simply the man, the person who lived in this house in this village, and that was identity enough. He began collecting things during his walks. Not valuable things, not items to keep, but objects that interested him momentarily. A rusted key from someone's porch. A blue bottle, half buried in earth. A book from someone's shelf, its pages swollen with moisture, its text unreadable, but its physicality pleasing. He brought these items back to his house and arranged them on the mantelpiece, a small museum of the found and forgotten. The sky changed as autumn deepened. Clouds moved in, gray and heavy, promising rain. When it came steadily, not violently, soaking into the earth, drumming on roofs, creating a new layer of sound that complemented rather than disrupted the silence. He stood at his window watching rain transform the village, making everything darker, wetter, more present somehow. He realized he was happy, not the excitement of happiness, not the peak experience of joy, but the steady, calm contentment of being exactly where one should be, doing exactly what one should be doing. His life had reduced to essential elements: food, warmth, shelter, movement, thought. Everything else had fallen away, and he did not miss any of it. One morning he woke to find frost on the windows, delicate patterns of ice crystals creating temporary art on the glass. Winter was announcing itself. He would need more wood, more preparation. He spent the day cutting and splitting, physical work that warmed him despite the cold air. His hands grew calloused. His muscles grew stronger. His body adapted to the demands he placed on it. In the evening, he sat by his fire and realized he had not spoken in a month. His voice, when he tested it, saying simple words to the empty room, sounded strange, foreign, like something that belonged to someone else. He decided not to speak anymore unless necessary. Speech seemed superfluous. Thought was enough. The internal conversation was enough. The village settled into its own winter preparation, trees going bare, grass browning, everything pulling inward, conserving energy. The man matched this rhythm, spending more time inside, venturing out for shorter walks, building larger fires. He read by firelight. He wrote less frequently, having said what needed saying, having described what could be described. The notebook sat on the table, pages half filled, waiting patiently for whatever might come next. Chapter 5, Where the Silence Leads. Snow arrived one night without ceremony, falling silently while the man slept, covering the village in white that muffled everything even further. He woke to changed light, the quality of brightness that only snow creates. and looked out to see the world transformed. The village had become simpler, cleaner, reduced to basic shapes under their white covering. Trees stood as dark lines against white ground. Houses became geometric forms, their details hidden, their essentials revealed. He dressed in his warmest clothes and went outside. The cold bit at his face, but felt clarifying, sharp, honest. He walked into the street and looked around at the village made new by snow. His footprints behind him were the only marks, the only evidence of movement. Everything else held perfectly still, waiting. He walked his usual routes, but the snow made them different. Landmarks disappeared under white coverage. Paths became suggestions rather than certainties. He walked slowly, carefully, feeling his way through the transformed landscape. The sound of his boots in the snow was rhythmic, meditative, almost musical. Crunch, crunch, crunch. His breath clouded in front of him, appearing and disappearing, temporary ghosts in the cold air. At the church, he stopped. Snow had drifted against its doors, creating a barrier that seemed to suggest the building wanted to remain sealed. He did not enter. Instead, he stood in the street looking at it. This structure built by people who had believed in something, who had gathered weekly to share that belief, to sing and pray and exist in community. All of that was gone now. Only the building remained, and the silence it housed. He thought about the people who had lived here. Not often, not with any sustained attention, but occasionally their absence pressed against his consciousness, making itself felt. They had been real. They had woken in these houses. They had walked these streets. They had loved and argued and experienced the full complexity of human existence here, in this place that now held only him and silence and the slow work of nature reclaiming space. Where had they gone? To cities, probably. To places with opportunities and amenities and the things people convinced themselves they needed. They had left behind houses and furniture and photographs and all the physical evidence of their lives. But they had taken themselves, their voices, their human warmth. The village had emptied like water draining from a vessel, gradually and then completely, until only the container remained. He continued walking. Snow began falling again, small flakes that drifted down in the still air, in no particular hurry, adding to what had already accumulated. He walked past the house with blue shutters, past the leaning house, past the house with the rose garden, where roses now held snow in their thorny branches. Each house stood silent, patient, enduring its abandonment with dignity. Back at his own house, he built up the fire and warmed himself. He made tea, holding the hot cup in cold hands, feeling the temperature differential, the small pleasure of warmth after cold. He stood at his window watching snow continue to fall, watching the village disappear incrementally under white coverage, watching the world simplify itself. That afternoon he did not leave the house. The snow created a perfect excuse for stillness, for sitting by the fire and reading, for letting time pass unmarked. He read poetry, lines that captured something about solitude and silence and the way human consciousness processed existence. He read without needing to understand completely, letting words create impressions, moods, small shifts in feeling. When darkness came, it came early, as it did in winter. The short days felt appropriate somehow, matched the general contraction of things. He lit candles, their small flames creating circles of warm light in the dark room. He cooked a meal, eating slowly, tasting things, present to the simple act of nourishment. After eating, he sat in his chair and watched the fire burn, watched flames move in their endless, mesmerizing patterns. He thought about time, about how it had changed for him. Before coming here, time had felt scarce, pressured, something to be managed and optimized and never wasted. Every moment had demanded accounting. But here, time had become abundant, stretching in all directions without boundary or demand. He could sit watching a fire for hours, and it was not wasted time because there was no such thing as waste when time was infinite. The snow continued for 3 days, on and off, accumulating until the village was buried under nearly a foot of white. The man adapted, wearing more layers, building larger fires, going out less. He discovered he did not mind the confinement. The house was enough. The view from the windows was enough. His books and thoughts and the sound of fire crackling were enough. On the 4th day, the snow stopped and the sky cleared. Sunlight on white snow created brilliance that hurt his eyes. He went outside, squinting, and walked through the village on paths he had to forge anew through deep snow. The work was hard but satisfying. His legs ached. His breath came heavy. But he was moving. He was alive. He was present in his body in this place at this moment. He reached the edge of the village and stopped, looking out at the forest that pressed close. The trees stood dark against white snow, creating patterns of vertical and horizontal, shadow and light. He stood there for a long time, breathing cold air, feeling his heart beat steadily in his chest, aware of being alive in the most basic sense. Something had shifted in him during these months. He could not name it precisely, but he felt it the way one feels seasons change, gradually, then all at once, until the world is different and you realize you are different too. The noise that had filled his previous life had drained away completely. In its place was something quieter but more substantial. Not emptiness, despite how it might appear from outside. Fullness, rather. The fullness of attention undivided. The fullness of time unrushed. The fullness of self unperformed. He turned and looked back at the village, at his house among the others, smoke rising from his chimney into clear blue sky. This place had accepted him without question or demand. It had asked nothing except that he be here, simply here, without pretense or explanation. And he had learned, slowly, what it meant to exist without the constant translation of experience into language, without the need to justify or explain or make sense of anything for anyone else. The village would stand after he left, if he left, or it would stand with him here, if he stayed. Either way, it would endure in its patient abandonment, holding space for silence, offering sanctuary to anyone willing to accept what it had to give. He walked back toward his house as afternoon light began to soften. His footprints from the morning remained visible, and he stepped in them, walking backward through his own path, returning to where he had started. Smoke still rose from his chimney. The door opened to his touch. Inside, warmth and the smell of wood smoke and the particular quality of light that only winter sun through snow could create. He removed his boots, his coat, his layers. He built up the fire. He put water on to boil. And then he sat in his chair by the window, watching the day complete its slow turn toward evening, watching shadows lengthen across white snow, watching the village settle into another night of its endless, patient waiting. In the quiet, he realized he had found what he had not known he was looking for. Not escape, not exactly, though he had escaped. Not solitude, though he was alone. Something more fundamental. The simple, radical act of being present to his own existence without interference or interpretation. Of living at the pace of days and seasons rather than hours and deadlines. Of letting silence speak in its own language, saying things that words could never capture. The light faded. Darkness came. He lit his candles and his single electric bulb. He prepared his evening meal with the same care he brought to everything now, each action complete in itself, requiring nothing beyond its own execution. He ate. He read for a while. He watched the fire burn down to coals. When sleep called, he went upstairs to the bedroom that had become his, to the bed that held him gently through each night. He lay in the darkness, listening to the house breathe around him, to the silence that was never quite silent, to the vast quiet that had become his home. Tomorrow he would wake with the light. He would make coffee and stand at his window. He would walk through the village, visiting the houses and trees that had become familiar as old friends. He would do the work that needed doing. He would read and think and watch the day pass. And the day after tomorrow would be the same and different, as each day was the same and different, following rhythms older than urgency, deeper than ambition. The man closed his eyes. Outside, snow held the village in its white embrace. The forest stood patient at the edges. The houses waited in their rows. And in the darkness, in the silence, in the enormous quiet of this chosen life, he slept.